afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please be informed that the next session of the event will begin momentarily in 5 minutes. Once again, to all participants who are already present at the Sustainable Energy Week 2023 event, please be informed that the event will begin in 5 minutes. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Indonesia Sustainable Energy Week 2023. Let's welcome and give a big round of applause to our MC, Melissa Karim. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, in the second section of the workshop, we will be talking about matters continue to be even more important. Climate finance plays an important role in accelerating energy transition in Indonesia, a country that faces challenges in a vast economic growth, is forced to do the climate change mitigation. This has caused the transition from fossil fuel energy resources to renewable energy resources, and the country is forced to do sustainable effort in many aspects. And the second session will be moderated and will present some speakers, and they are very competent and they are very expert in their field. And in addition to that, they are very inspiring and inspirative. And without having to implementing the gender exclusivity, all ladies, all female panelists, please give a big round of applause. That's why let's give a big round of applause to welcome our moderator, Ibu Ista Indriani, as the expert of climate change policy. Welcome, Ibu. Welcome, ma'am. Next, I'd like to invite our speakers. They are very good. First is analyst of the policy from the fiscal policy organization and then Ibu Astrid Wiyanti from BKF. Please, Ibu. Good afternoon, Ibu Astrid. Please, your favorite one, Ibu Astrid. You want to be taken picture from the left side or from the right side? Yes, 360-degree pretty. Let's welcome next the Director of Finance and Investment of PTSMI, Ibu Sylvie Jegani. Please, ma'am. And last but not least, let's welcome the Director of the Fund Gathering, Environmental Fund Gathering, Ibu Endah Tri Kurniawati. Okay. I'd like to hand over the second session to Ibu Gustia. Please, ma'am. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, my distinguished colleagues, and peace be upon us all. To our colleagues who are at the front, as mentioned by Melissa, we are very happy that we are all coming from the same gender without trying to be proud about that, but I'm happy that to see many women in this panel, and we try to balance what we see in the first session. And the topic relates to money, funding, financing. So when we see that this is a very important issue, not only for Indonesia, but also for international level. There are so many parties involved from Indonesia, especially women, not only in the policy-making process, but also in other sectors. I just would like to recap what we have heard and what are we going to discuss in this afternoon session. Hope everyone is still enthusiastic after lunch. You enjoyed the very delicious lunch, and it gives additional energy for us to dig more knowledge and to get new knowledge and to get updates or new information. So from the ladies who are at front, I'm very excited because I can learn also. So ladies and gentlemen and all participants of this event will enjoy it also. And we also have listened to the planning side about low carbon emission in Indonesia. The clean energy development and net zero emission is very important. And the Indonesian government and German government collaborate to support the energy sector development in Indonesia towards low carbon emission process. One of which is perform. The name is perform. It shows the ideal of this activity. It should be performed, which is the abbreviation from strengthening fiscal policy for sustainable energy in Indonesia. So this is the perform project that will be performed, hopefully. So there are some activities in this perform, which is supporting the Ministry of Finance to develop basis for fiscal policy for the energy transition financing in Indonesia. And perform activity supports the Ministry of Finance to develop the fiscal policy design that is in line with the emission target. Last but not least, the perform activities supports the Ministry of Finance to improve the state revenue as well as to improve the efficiency of tax expenditure for sustainable development. The afternoon session is supported by perform program, and the theme that we would like to discuss and we would like to learn about is about climate finance in accelerating energy transition in Indonesia. There are 3 speakers who are extraordinary, as mentioned by Melissa just now. I'm very excited to learn from the ladies today. We have Ibu Astrid Yanti from the Fiscal Agency, Indonesian Fiscal Agency, who will present about the policy of climate finance in Indonesia that supports the acceleration of energy transition. And on my right, we have Ibu Sylvie Gani from PTSMI. She will discuss about the role of PTSMI as the country platform manager for ETM, or Energy Transition Mechanism, or ETM. And Ibu Endah Trikurniawati, but you are famous by Ibu Nia only. You are the star from the Environmental Fund Manager Agency. She is involved in the carbon stock exchange in Indonesia. Let's welcome now Ibu Astri. Let me read your short bio. Ibu Astrid is policy analyst in Fiscal Policy Agency. So she has been working there for about 8 years, and she graduates from, and she obtains master degree in economy from University of Indonesia. Please, but beforehand, the organizing committee maybe can help to remind me We have time for about 10 minutes to give the presentation. Each of you will have 10 minutes. I believe that the audience here are also good and are also expert for basic knowledge. Maybe we can just be very quick, so we will have more time for the discussion about the updates that might not be known by many, or we can talk about the future plan. What is the expectation? Either it is a roadmap design, or is that the planned activity in the future in implementing the role? Ibu Astrid, please, 10 minutes only. Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. After lunch, hope that it will not disturb our concentration to focus about our next material. We will have a discussion about energy transition funding, especially about energy transition mechanism or ETM. Some of us has already recognized what ETM is, but I'd like to deliver some updates. But beforehand, I would like to apologize because my chairman cannot attend the meeting today, so I represent him. I just would like to discuss why we discuss about ETM or climate change as a whole. Starting from the global report, the risk that will happen 10 years from now is not about economic change, but about climate change. It's because of the failure of the climate action, and it is caused by the extreme climate. We feel that in Jakarta, it's getting hot. If we walk at 9 or 10 a.m., it feels quite cold, but now it is already very hot, especially those who ride with online taxi. You will feel very hot, right? So we are in the 11th. We are ranked 11th in the world to produce emission, but if we see the percentage with our per capita, our emission is only number 3 from below in the G20 countries. So compared to our population, we are still below other countries like Canada, Australia, US, and others. We also see that Indonesia targets an NZE in 2060 or faster. We are a country that there are some countries that target longer than Indonesia, like India in 2070. So our plan in 2030, the developed countries have already experienced the peak emission before 2020, like China. China has experienced the peak emission before 2020. So in if we set it up in 2060, then it will not that long, because some of other countries have experienced that in 2020, while us is in 2030. So if we see in the first description, our economic growth runs faster than the growth of emission per capita. So the improvement of our economy compared to emission, which is said that emission is due to the economic activities, we see that apparently we can manage that in line with our economic growth. There is a trade-off between emission and economic growth, but how we can do that in order for us to boost the economic growth faster than the increase of emission. Based on our NDC scenario, we have an improvement from up to 31.8. For the second scenario, it improves from 41 to 43.2%. So the total for energy sector is ranked 2, biggest after the Folu sector. The financing target compared to other 5 sectors for energy, energy is the biggest. Energy is the biggest among 2,000. So 240 comes from energy. The financing that we, the finance that we need to prepare, there's a need to have that we need to prepare is for energy sector if we would like to achieve our NDC in 2030. The funding access that we can do, if we see our state budget from 254 million US, it's impossible if we use the state budget. We have to find international resources like Green Climate Fund, for example. Ministry of Finance is the national state authority for Green Climate Fund. Since 2015, MOF has prepared the legal framework and secretariat framework. So NDCF, can we secretariat in the Ministry of Finance, has already been operated very well. So everybody has worked, so we can have the funding as of September for 13 projects that has been decided by Green Climate Fund. The 4 projects dedicated for Indonesia and the rest is for multi-country. What does it mean? For multi-state, Indonesia is one of the beneficiary, but we have to compete with other countries. Even though Indonesia is included in the project, but we have to compete again to obtain the financing with other countries with the same project. In terms of energy sector, we have 2 projects for Indonesia. First is about geothermal and supportive transition energy mechanism for industrial sector. The total of funding, Indonesia has achieved 476 million from Green Climate Fund. Why we are very eager to get the funding? Because the funding is very cheap, and allocation of the biggest funding is held by Green Climate Fund. To achieve the target, we invite the private sector as well. Private sector, as you know, needs support from the government in terms of renewable energy. With that, the Ministry of Finance prepares also facility of project development fund, especially for the preparation of feasibility study and it cooperates with international. And we have also credit enhancement facility, and it relates closely with the interest subsidy and guarantee or collateral through PTPEI and GWODIPA and viability gap fund. So we know that if we create a renewable energy project, there must be a gap between the value, between the economic value with the financial value. So if we calculate that in economic matters, it can access what we call viability gap fund. We also found some electricity issue in Indonesia. We have the margin surplus, especially in Java and Bali, and we know that energy sector is the biggest contributor of greenhouse effect, especially from coal. So the environment condition, so we know that the Greater Jakarta has the worst air pollution in the world. So to finalize such issues, in 2016, during the launching of the ETM in Glasgow, we cooperate with Asia Development Bank about energy transition mechanism. And last year, in the midst of G20 summit, we did a grand launching about ETM platform. So the aim is to optimize the energy mix. Because if we use the business as usual approach by using coal, and we don't reduce the coal, we will continue to use coal. But if we reduce the coal and we fill the gap with renewable energy, maybe the acceleration of energy transition will be faster as well. However, next, we also need to prepare governance. How is the ETM scheme? Because ETM is first implemented in the world. And there is also the country, South Africa, but we learned from South Africa that ETM there is still stuck. So we make what we call country platform that currently, based on the information from Ministry of Finance, is held based on the Ministry of Finance decree. It is held by PTSMI. We are making the implementation framework and hope that we can issue that this month. We will prepare what we call a steering committee. You can see in this picture, we have a steering committee from the coordinating ministry, and we have the steering board from Ministry of Energy, Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises, and Ministry of Environment. The steering committee will prepare a recommendation to country platform manager that is held by PTSMI. The facility provided is not only about retirement. Some of you probably thought that ETM is about early retirement. It's not always like that. We have what we call Clean Energy Fund. It can provide fund also for renewable energy, and it relates also to transmission to support the renewable energy use. We will update the progress of ETM. How far ETM has run in Indonesia. Since 2022 and 2023, there are 5 FGDs. All stakeholders from the ministry, from donor countries, we invite them to prepare the legal framework through the ministry that we are preparing through the Ministry of Finance decree. This is the mandate from the presidential decree about energy transition. We launched also ETM country platform last year in the midst of in line with the G20 summit. And we develop also social strategic and social assessment, or SESA. So we know that energy transition will cause social and environmental impact. To mitigate, we have to do what we call an assessment. In the project, we call it like Environmental Assessment Project, or AMDAL. But for the program, we see that from the upper level, we do what we call SESA. SESA is done in the regional level. Why we select 3 area? Because this is the plan where we will have the pilot project. We have what we call investment plan, where 500 million has been committed to be delivered or to be disbursed to Indonesia by ADB and the World Bank. This is the ETM framework, and this is the facility of the platform. It consists of 4 types that can be accessed. First, government investment, and then guarantee from the government, and other support that is arranged in the fiscal policy in terms of incentive. And there is also guarantee for the PPP. This facility can be accessed by PTSMI as the platform manager. And for Climate Investment Fund, I'm not going to tell you too much story, but there are 3 main pillars about governance and about how we can manage the environment and people who will be impacted in the AETM program, not only in that project, but also in the mining area. If we see that from upstream to downstream. And then number 3 is infrastructure. This is for the development of renewable energy. 500 million consists of 249 from ADB and 251 from the World Bank. Time is up. ETM update. Some of you probably have read the report relating to the green taxonomy. The early retirement or coal phase down has already included in the ASEAN green taxonomy. But the prerequisites are, let's say the project is retired before 2020, it will be included in the green project. If it is until 2020 to 2025, it will considered yellow. And the last, it will be in the red project. So hope that it can be an incentive for the national financial institution who can enter in the ETM project. So it can be their portfolio, it can be their green portfolio. So ETM does not relate only with state budget, but it can involve also wider range of private sectors. That's all from me. Thank you. We will continue with discussion. Thank you, Ibu Astri. Please give a big round of applause for the knowledge that has been given by Ibu Astri.
It was very interesting, and I hope all the speakers deliver their presentation. We will have enough time to ask you with questions. Astri, you have shared the challenges that Indonesia is facing. You also shared the existing instruments, and you multiple times mentioned about ETM. So next to me, we have Ibu Sylvie from PTSMI as Country Platform Manager for ETM. Ibu Sylvie is Director for Investment and Financing from PTSMI, so he is the right person to ask today. And she also once worked in a commercial bank, so her skills and knowledge is very strong. So you may start your presentation. 10 minutes. Over to you, Ibu Sylvie. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In this opportunity, I will try to share with you, ladies and gentlemen, information about energy transition and SMI role in energy transition. But furthermore, before I was assigned as country platform, PTSMI itself has supported or has financed all climate-related projects. So I will explain further about this. So a brief information about PTSMI for those who are not familiar what SMI is. SMI is owned by the government of Indonesia, 100% owned by the government of Indonesia under Ministry of Finance. So our shareholders is the Ministry of Finance, whereby our mandate is as a leading catalyst in the acceleration of the national infrastructure development in Indonesia. So if we talk about climate mitigation or climate adaptation project, then this is one of the sectors that is eligible to be financed by PTSMI. Now, these are the business pillars of PTSMI. Besides providing financing and investment, which one of them we can invest in, and become the holder of a project. We also provide advisory both to private sector or supporting in preparing government project in this regard. So this is a brief illustration about climate-related projects that we have financed. So since 2017, we have stopped or suspended financing coal-related projects, and from that point forward, we finance more renewable energy projects or climate-related projects. So as of June 2023, if we refer to the total portfolio, more or less 12% of our portfolio are climate-related projects. And because there is no growth in coal-fired power plant, the portion of coal-related projects is diminishing, and we hope to totally remove it from our portfolio. The climate-related project that we finance still dominated by renewable energy projects in both wind farm, hydro, geothermal. Those are the projects that dominated our portfolio for this one. And we try to calculate the emission reduction or emissions avoidance that can be achieved by the project that we finance. And this is the internal measurement or internal calculation. Out of 68 climate-related projects that we finance, we try to calculate 38 of them, and the result like this. There are 6.5 million tons of CO2 avoidable by the project that we finance. So if it $2 per ton of CO2, so around 22.1 billion. Now, the finance required to finance energy transition is quite big. Specifically in the energy sector, the need is 240 billion US dollar until 2040 in the energy sector. So this is a huge amount, and I don't think the government budget can afford this. And therefore, we see that blended finance is one of the solutions, where blended finance is combining all of the existing source of funding that exists globally in order to finance the energy transition projects. Now, blended finance, we have implemented blended finance in several climate-related projects under SMI. So what can be financed through blended finance? Blended finance comes in different form. It can come in the form of grant, funding from donor or philanthropy. There are also funds coming from the government, from the multilateral financial institution, from different countries that we can use for energy transition related projects. Starting from pre-development, this blended finance funds can actually start to be used. And one of them is to finance project preparation, because this project in the pre-development phase need to be really prepared, like paying for feasibility study and so on and so forth, and that should be financed, and the blended finance or grant finance can be used to fund this. And new renewable energy sector perhaps require technical assistance from the experts, or from more developed or advanced countries. And we know several renewable energy or energy transition projects have specific risk that relatively higher compared to other projects. Therefore, blended finance can be used to de-risking the project, so that the project can be more appealing to investors or more appealing to potential lenders or bank. Facility that can be provided by blended financing can be in the form of concessional loan, like a loan that is very low in terms of the interest, and the loan is that combination of commercial and concessional loan can be more affordable. And concessional or reimbursable grant can be used for exploration of geothermal project from one well, and then if it's successful, can be used for another well. And investment grant, this is a grant funding that used to reduce the capital cost, so the capital cost become less. thus the return to investor becoming more appealing. So this is for project that is more marginal. And the next one is about guarantee. So for project that the rating is not good because there is guarantee coming from a better company, so the project rating may become better. And this is one example of blended finance, especially to finance geothermal. We provide funding for geothermal exploration because we understand geothermal potential in Indonesia is quite huge, and there is GeoDP project, geothermal energy upstream development project for a government-owned geothermal project. There is also a geothermal resource risk mitigation project or GREM, and this is for private or SOE projects. So these are financing for geothermal project in the exploration stage, where in the geothermal cycle considered as the highest risk which is in the exploration stage. So how can we channel this blended financing? Because we have SDG Indonesia One platform that was established on April 2018. So we have partnership with multilateral, with development bank, with philanthropy or other donors. The current commitment is 3.2 billion, and we have mobilized around 325 million to 97 projects. So this is still ongoing because we also supported by partners that I have mentioned in the beginning. So at the moment, SDG Indonesia One platform has 34 international partners. And this is one example of blended finance where this project is really marginal. This is a hydro project, and Mentari, that is UK government owned project, and they provide investment grant in order to reduce the capital cost. So the project, which previously the return was not appealing, because of this funding, because of the grant, it is more appealing, so it become more worthy to be financed by banking. And the next one is Credit Enhancement Facility. We are supported by ADB to prepare this facility. And one of the facility can be provided by hydropower company when they issue bonds, and because of the guarantee be provided, the rating can increase from A minus becoming triple A. And this is one of the projects, one of the geothermal projects that we finance, whereby for this project it received technical assistance from USAID, and this is also funded by grant investment or grant fund. And ladies and gentlemen, we now reaching to the energy transition concept. The lady from Fiscal Policy Agency explained about what energy transition that comprise of phase out of coal fired power plant, clean activity, whereby the grid interconnection will go to the clean energy. And this is the mechanism of energy transition in Indonesia, where PT SMI was appointed in 2022 as country platform manager to manage this energy transition mechanism. And now this is what PT SMI will do as a country platform. Basically, we will mobilize fundings or funds that is available later on in order to fund the energy transition program. The source of fund can come from the government of Indonesia if the government support is needed through sovereign wealth fund, or through INA, or through philanthropy funding, multilateral or other institution that will support the energy transition program in Indonesia and will be managed by PTSMI and will be channeled to energy transition projects, both to PLN-owned projects or projects owned by IPP or using B2B scheme. Now, uh, from the establishment of carbon exchange, we hope that the energy transition project can calculate the amount of carbon avoidance. So we can trade the potential from the carbon avoidance, and it may generate revenue that come from carbon trading, which can be used for returning the loan enjoyed by these projects. Now, in the current pipeline, there are two ongoing projects, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps, if I can say, this is the pioneer for transition project. The first one is coal phase out, owned by the government, and second owned by the IPP, which we hope we can realize it. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We will give the opportunity back to MC. So thank you so much, Ibu Sylvie. Very interesting to listen to your presentation. So yeah, let's give a round of applause to Miss Sylvie. And I believe participants in this room will have many questions, especially after the explanation on how important blended finance is as a solution that may involve many stakeholders and which will lead to many more questions. But please keep all the questions first. Now we're going to invite Ibu Nia from BPDLH, or the Regional Director of Fundraising and Fund Development under the BPDLH. And before that, Ibu Nia worked in the Ministry of Environment and Forestry under the DG of Climate Change, or DG of Climate Finance. Now, Ibu Nia is an expert for developing the national policy and carbon pricing and environmental funding framework for 10 years. So let's listen to Ibu Nia before we move to the Q&A session. So Ibu Nia, over to you. Okay, thank you so much, Madam Gustia. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So I hope you can stay awake. We don't want you getting sleepy, because I'm a bit sleepy after lunchtime. So I hope in the next 10 minutes I can conclude my presentation. I will not share too many things, and I think Ibu Astrid and Ibu Sylvie has presented many information, and I echo that PTSMI is appointed as country platform for ETM. So briefly, I believe this morning we have talked about policy because we have representative from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. So this just to remind you about the target of our NDC and how it contributes to the reduction of global emission, and hopefully it may reduce, it may increase the the global emission reduction target. And if we talk about finance, out of 4,800 trillion funding that is needed, 3,500 goes to energy sector. So this is the challenges for the government, how to cover that fund. And perhaps each sector already have a different finance instrument characteristic, because this one, there is the technological requirement and involving many private sector. So it will not only rely on grant, as mentioned by Ibu Hiba, talk about triple B or blended finance. And this is something that we need to discuss. And as we explained earlier, with the existing renewable energy potential in Indonesia and how we can optimize renewable energy and how the government set the priority of where energy transition will start. Is it from the power plant, or how about the medium scale or small scale, and about the financing or instrument or vehicle that can be used afterwards. So if we see from this slide, there are potential from geothermal, wind, and solar. And perhaps Ibu Sylvie already introduced PTSMI, and we will try to explain BPDLH, because if you don't know, then you cannot care. But there is a different characteristic between BPDLH and PTSMI. PTSMI is a state-owned enterprise, while we are considered as public agencies under the Ministry of Environment that has the mandate to manage the environment funding. And environment funding, because the nature is cross-cutting, so it can come from land use sector, energy sector, waste sector, and etc. and etc. And recently, we received the mandate to manage the disaster fund pool, which is quite big. And perhaps in here, there are 10 ministers who sit as the steering committee. And then how we manage the fund, then it is very important to involve the relevant line ministries. So BPDLH is receiving mandate to support the line ministries to achieve the target, and it will involve other stakeholders from parties until non-party stakeholders like the local government and community. And what differentiates us with PTSMI? PTSMI at the moment is focused on how to promote funding to the private sector, while we are still working in the middle to low community, even though it involves the private sector as well. So the incentive that is not considered as big financing will be given to the private or middle income community. And in managing this, we apply trustee concept or trustee principle. In order to ensure transparency and accountability, we establish some windows according to the financing and funding. So the objective, even if to achieve certain target, as you may see, but we are still a baby. We just celebrate our 4th year on October 9th. And with those window, we hope if you can read the thematic program, each window, we expect each window can support our thematic program. So there are big major program. The first one was about, my apologies that the text is too small. The one is related to FOLU, land use issue, and second, how to improve the just renewable energy, and the next one is about consumption and production, and health, food security, and the last one is about adaptation and risk disaster management. And of course, as a new institution that was established only 4 years ago, we only have managed 1,500 US, 5,500 million US dollar, and focus in the land use sector, and not yet focusing in energy sector. And we have Mr. Uri from the Ministry of MEMR who are involved on how BPDLH provide incentive to household industry, small medium enterprise household and industry who installed solar rooftop. In principle, when the government would like to transition, as told you, cannot work alone. How about the other public? So the objective in here is how can we push public investment? We invite them with incentive. Maybe the amount will not that big, but it turns out it's quite significant in terms of the result, which we can see how the impact report is looking like. So we hope by using a JEF funding that is not too big, supported by UNDP, it may stimulate the establishment of the new source of funding that can push the public investment for small-scale energy transition. So perhaps this is an illustration on how BPDLH manage the funding for energy. So this is our framing on how to perform fundraising, fund disbursement, investment. So BPDLH itself will not only manage the grant fund. So if we can go back to the previous slide, there is loan and also investment. Now, with regard to investment itself, we are still in the stage of, well, PTSMI has implemented, while we still in the stage of development of the financing structure. So how can BPDLH build or working with SPV, special purpose vehicle, in order to issue DINFRA, which we are trying to identify what the underlying project is. And that perhaps one of the type of blended finance that BPDLH will apply. And the framing itself will be referred. So how just energy transition can be done, and the energy conservation and efficiency will become a reference for us to develop the project. And the next one of the source of renewable energy, as we mentioned earlier, is how the solar panel or solar energy is optimally utilized. And one of the things that PPDLH has done is providing incentive to the public, to the household, SMEs, industry, and social building or housing. And with this not so big money, it give and provide a huge impact. So in the context on how can we leverage public investment, I think the potential is quite big and it's quite interesting. Only by 2 until 3 billion, we can access public potential that's reaching 43 billion. And also how emission reduction can be done, or emission avoidance can be done for this year, around 19,000 ton CO2 equivalent, making sure that all of the technology can be implemented. And next of all, how the reduction potential, the electricity consumption reduction potential, and also the cost burden to the customers, and also green jobs. It's actually one of the facilities provided by the government in order to engage private sector, so they can actively involve in reducing or avoiding emissions, which we hope when the profit or the proceeds the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources website. With regard to trading, perhaps the focus is to electricity. In here, how can phasing out of coal power plant that link to PLN, and also from the potential of entity that may participate in this carbon trading, there are around 42 companies with a installed capacity of 33,000 megawatt. What does it mean? So let's say they all expect to become suppliers. So the question is, how can we create the demand? And this is also a huge homework for all of us, because in the forestry sector, perhaps they are also estimated they also play as a supplier. So how can something that is mandatory can establish market? The transaction perhaps already there, but not so many. Now, from the existing regulation, BPDLH receiving mandate to manage fund or proceeds coming from the carbon trading. So all the private funding will return to private sector, and the proceeds of the carbon trading must be handed over to the government. And that perhaps the value is not too big, and then by BPDLH must be rechanneled for sector who are contributing to carbon trading. So if it's from energy, then the energy will be given, and it can be used for adaptation or increasing the carbon added value. So we'll check whether the proceeds of the carbon trading can be used to strengthen the enablers. And this is a topic that need to be discussed specifically with the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources. This will also explain on how carbon trading and the proceeds of carbon trading will return to the mitigation and adaptation efforts of a certain sector. So in here, from SMR, and then this mitigation action will be registered to the National Registry System, and after validate, they will calculate the emissions reduction or emission avoidance, and then after that, they will issue SPE. Now, SPE itself, only after transaction, the result, half of the result can go to PPDLH, or if not, then it will return to their respective sector. I think that will be all from our side, Ibu Kustia. So at the moment, we will manage a World Bank fund. So how carbon trade that is prepared by each sector, by the Minister of Environment, Minister of Energy and Resources, Minister of Industrial Affairs, and Public Industry or Maritime and Investment, we hope that it can be done transparently because the roadmap itself so the question is how the blue carbon methodology then can be complemented comprehensively when we are about to enter the stock exchange, but how the over-the-counter carbon transaction can be done in harmony with the other. I think that will be all from our side. Greetings and may peace be upon all of us. Okay, thank you so much, Ibu Nia. So let's give a more merrier round of applause to Ibu Mia. So it is very interesting. We'll listen to information, the latest update from 3 different institutions, and we can see that for this topic, we need to involve all of the stakeholders. We need to engage different stakeholders that coming from different sectors, coming from different lines, and how it has to complement one to another. So from the 3 presentations, we can start to see the puzzle that is actually linked from one to another. So I'm going to open questions first to all of the participants. Perhaps I will start with 3 questions. So please, can someone help to give the microphone to this gentleman or anyone else? And the second one, or the third, do we have a third question? So can we help to provide the microphone to the lady sitting in the middle and a white shirt and the lady who sits here? Please introduce yourself briefly, your name and your institution, and to whom you ask the question to.
Thank you. My name is Rio. I'm from Gajah Mada University. I'd like to ask question to Ibu Nia about carbon excess in carbon index. Carbon excess overseas usually has a volatility in its carbon credit value. Do you have a safety net in Indonesia to mitigate that? But on the other hand, if the safety net exists, either in terms of regulation or legal basis or anything, won't that disturb the carbon value that is sold in the carbon exchange, while the carbon index itself is located below the market target, like 20 to 23 US dollars. Thank you, Ibu Rio from Gajah Mada University. The second question, the gentleman with the suit. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Arsan from Pajajaran University. I have a question, more or less the same question with the previous one. He mentioned about carbon trading. I followed the issue that Indonesia become a place, quote unquote, to clean our sin, to clean the sin of the big companies that are located in overseas, to get the in order for them to purchase cheap carbon. What I've heard is only $30 per ton. So global market per ton is $60 per ton of carbon. How's the mechanism? Has the government prepared that? And if we just give it to the market, it will not be the interest of the supply side. The third question. Good afternoon. My name is Ani Diva. I'm from Blogger Community Indonesia, social blogger. I'd like to ask Ibu Astrid. Ibu Astrid discussed about how to boost the new energy without preventing industry and without preventing the economic dynamic in Indonesia. My question, how can we create a supporting technology so the new energy can run in line with the economic growth in Indonesia? Indonesia economy still depends on fossil fuel though. Ani. Three questions. And it's relatively similar. Asri and Ibu Sylvie perhaps can explain a little bit and to share knowledge also about that issue, because in some slides you talk about challenge and opportunities, and it can be used to respond those questions. Ibu Nia, perhaps your turn first. Thank you, Ibu Gustia. I'm not a carbon expert, but I will be trying to explain that. It's not my authority to answer, because it's not my capacity to answer this, because maybe it's the authority, it's the capacity of other institutions. You asked about if there is an excess. And number two, about the price itself. Based on the regulation, based on the process, the price of the carbon is given to the market. Why it is important to arrange or to regulate supply and demand. If it is oversupply, price will decrease, or if demand is high, price will increase. And how to regulate the supply. And we need to have a carbon manager, perhaps. It is something that needs to be considered. Who plays the role as the carbon manager in order for us to stabilize the market? Because in the global level, fortunately, I handled the carbon trade, and the price is varies, and sometimes it's up to $110, and sometimes it's below that. So it depends on the supply. When the supply in international level is high, indeed the price can drop, and there are other factors, like there are some issues in the land sector in terms of methodology and the determination of the buffer that is not sufficient and it causes the price to drop. So our standard that we develop is the SNI and our Indonesian national standard. So the advanced sector is energy, waste management, and land. And it has been transacted. Methodology becomes very important because with that, trust will be developed. If the verification is done, then the result will be correct. That's all from me at the beginning. And Ibu Sylvie or another lady? Banya, can you answer the question? The question is, Ibu Astri, I'd like to answer the question from Ibu Aniberta about how can we not trade off between economy and energy transition. The first principle that we need to hold is that transition should not disturb economy. That's the main principle. No matter, regardless the way, we have to think about it. In the Ministry of Finance, the burden will be subsidy to improve the state budget for subsidy. First option, we don't use state budget. So that's why we ask the international financing to get cheap financing. And that's number two. And number three, we prevent us from being a subject that doesn't support the energy sector. The way we see it, that China is very massive. The technology from China is the most used in the world. So we need to boost the investment plan. In terms of ETM, we have a clause that says that we will try to use a local component. So we do not become an object only, but we can produce the technology ourselves. Number two, in the morning, Mr. Powell said that in one of the investment area of the JP, we have also supply chain in the fifth component. We want that we are not just an importer, but we become exporter for the technologies that relate to renewable energy. So in principle, we do not trade off economy, but we open opportunity instead. So we trade it off with what we call renewable energy. If I may connect it with the slide that Mr. Asri about question about the price of carbon in Indonesia is very low, as if Indonesia is like a place to throw someone else's sin, quote unquote. So we need what we call taxonomy. There are some clauses that can prevent greenwashing. LJK has what we call version 1, Green Tax Indonesia Taxonomy version 1. There will be sustainable taxonomy after this. We will include transition energy issue in the taxonomy because we don't have it right now. The hope is anything that happened in the taxonomy will improve our selling price, either in the domestic or international trade. So we have we believe that the project that we sell is not the gray product. So they don't wash money or launder money in our country. So the ASEAN taxonomy can be in interoperability with other taxonomy like the one from EU. So the taxonomy is not in the ASEAN level only, but it can be acknowledged internationally. Thank you, Ibu Asri. This is very interesting. You talk about the development of taxonomy. I don't know whether in the next days there will be our colleagues from the Financial Authority Services who will be present as a OJK or Financial Authority Service, Financial Service Authority, because we can invite the sustainability concept in a wider scale. What about you, ma'am? I don't have many insight about carbon, but I have a comment about energy transition. For your additional information, the Indonesia energy transition concept is just transition. It means that we need decarbonization towards cleaner earth. But we have to think also about the economic development, and we have to think about social economic impact to the community. One of the example from one of the slide of Mr. Asli, there is CESA. It is very carefully assessed the impact of energy transition to social and economic condition. We at PTSMI, when we implement energy transition, especially when we talk about coal phase out is the early termination of coal power plant. Social economy impact is also considered and is measured. So we don't just switch it off. We don't just switch the coal-fired power plant off just like that, but we have to phase this out. As far as I understand, the government is preparing a roadmap for energy transition, and the roadmap calculates also the economic growth of Indonesia. So there are so many things that we need to achieve, like decarbonization, NDC, and also the good economic growth. We are waiting for that roadmap and hope the roadmap can be issued, so we will understand where are we going with this energy transition. Thank you, Ibu Sylvie. That's very enlightening. Hope what has been presented by the panelists will give some answers to our people who ask questions. If not, then we still have some times outside the session. I have notification from the organizing committee. We still have 5 minutes. Is there still any burning question, please? Any other question? Last question from the gentleman with batik. Could you please help? Good afternoon. My name is Willie from PTGBI. My question is for Ibu Sylvie. Ibu Sylvie, you show several figures. For about 38%, the fund has been released, and there is about 40-something%, more than 1.5 billion. And about country platform. First of all, will JETP be under your umbrella or not? Let's say the private sector. How can the private sector provide assistance in the project development? That's all from me. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Willie. Let me just answer it directly. The role of JETP is very big in energy transition, but it is not under the country platform. But we coordinate with the JETP Secretariat. In a nutshell, JETP can do direct financing to several energy transition project or indirectly through SMI open. And country platform like SMI is managing and is ensuring that the pipeline, it's not formed yet, but we will have a pipeline. Hope that the energy transition objective will be achieved. How can we get access to the SIO fund? Please contact SMI. We will have a further discussion. Thank you. Thank you. So far, there are so many good knowledge that we can obtain from the presentation. And this event is an event to do the networking so we can get to know each other. Apparently, there are some companies like the companies from Mr. Willie who perhaps can cooperate with PTSMI. Just would like to summarize. Our session today shows that the issue and the challenge that we face in Indonesia is very complex. It's uneasy, but we still keep moving and seeing the capacity of our speakers with their own institution and with the enthusiasm of the participants who are present in this session, I believe we will be able to find a way that is win-win solution for all parties so Indonesia can achieve all their target, either from the greenhouse effect emission reduction or while maintaining the best economic growth for the prosperity of its community. That's all from me. Thank you very much. For all speakers, let's give a big round of applause to them. Hope the next session can give enrichment for all of us. So since when ICU ends on the fourth day, we will obtain more knowledge and we will get more information, so we will know what we should do together, what we need to work together in the future. And indeed, we keep the options open and we form cooperation with many institutions. And thank you very much, organizing committee. And ladies and gentlemen, my apology should there be any wrongdoings. Hope our discussion is beneficial and hope we see you again in the next event. Good afternoon. Give another big round of applause to our Ibu Gustia, and thank you Ibu Astrid, Ibu Sylvie, and Ibu Enda. Thank you. Please return to your seat. Amazing ladies. That was very insightful. Ibu Gustia, you must be very anxious to see the worsening pollution in Jakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, are you still enthusiastic? I cannot listen to you. Are you sleeping? Answer me. Are you still enthusiastic? Yes, please give a big round of applause to ourselves. I believe that you come here not only to invest your time, you invest also because you have to travel from home to here and you have to go through the congestion, but we have to gather here so we can exchange knowledge, we can contribute ideas. So I heard that the target is 2060 net zero emission. I will be 82 years old. I'll be 82 if I have a longer life. I will thank God that I can reach net zero emission when I'm 82. So hope that we will be having that cleaner environment in 2060 or sooner. I like the sooner part. Thank you, amazing ladies. We will go to the next session. This is a section that we've been waiting for because this is something that is viral and that has been discussed, that global transition towards low carbon energy, especially photovoltaic or PV and battery technology, becomes very important to mitigate climate change and to reduce our dependency to fossil fuel. That's correct, ladies and gentlemen. However, in line with the improvement of technology and the demand of the technology, then we will realize that there are so many environmental challenges that relates to the supply chain. The concept, deep dive workshop, greening the PV and battery supply chains in Indonesia, will talk about the initiative that makes this supply chain will be sustainable and environmentally friendly. This is what we are going to talk about this afternoon. It's very interesting, isn't it? So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite, I think our moderator and speakers are ready. I'd like to invite the moderator, Ms. Insinyur Andika Prastawa, MSEE, IPU, as the main researcher from Agency of State Innovation Agency. Let's welcome all the speakers. I'd like to invite the Director General New and Renewable Energy and Conservation Energy from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Mr. Yudo. Mr. Yudo, please. Next, I'd like to invite the Director of Engine, Machine and Agricultural Equipment, the Ministry of Industry, Mr. Benny Adipurwanto, represented by Mr. Benny Adipurwanto. Welcome, sir. Please. Next, we would like to invite the project consultant of PTB, Ibu Sandra Imelda. Please, Ibu. Next, I'd like to invite the chairman of Indonesia APAMSI, Mr. Linus Andor Mulana Sijabat.
Please, sir. And last but not least, let's welcome on stage SVP Strategy Corporate, Mr. Yudi Saputra, VP for Corporate Strategy. Mr. Andika, please be seated. Greetings, and may peace be upon all of us. Good afternoon, and again, may peace be upon all of us. Welcome to this afternoon event talking about greening will change for PV and battery innovation. In this afternoon, we are very honored to have Mr. Director General of New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation, Mr. Yudo, are with us. This is an honor to have him. Let's give him a round of applause. And also other resource person. So in this afternoon, we are talking about PV and battery supply chain, but morely on how to greening the supply chain for PV and battery. And this is related to the policies and regulations that issued by your office, and also related to activities under other ministries or agencies that regulate the quality of PV. This meeting is intended to deep dive and to collect information on how PV industry or battery or PV industry supply chain globally, to understand the supply chain globally for photovoltaic and battery. And the government state that by 2060, we hope there will be 600 solar PV or solar power plant will solar power with a capacity of 600 gigawatt by 2060, and it will be very significant, especially if we see the industry supply chain and especially if we see the carbon emission out of it. Therefore, from this point forward, when it's haven't been fully utilized, we should start talking and seeing the strategic measures for decarbonization or to make to green the supply chain of PV and battery in Indonesia. So I'm gonna read some poet discussing in the Kempinski Hotel. The place is beautiful, close to the Indonesian hotel circle. Decarbonization is a must to preserve the planet Earth. Thank you. So for the first opportunity, we have Mr. or develop the roadmap to develop the solar energy in Indonesia, and also explain about the readiness of the private sector industry in this area. Also explain the renewable energy opportunity to decarbonize the PV manufacturing industry in Indonesia. So, Mr. DG, you have 10 minutes. Can my team help me running the slide? I'm not really good using this clicker. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Can someone help me to show the presentation? This will serve as a basis, as a platform for discussion. So thank you so much. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, of course, as I explained briefly this morning about the GHG emission and net zero emission, basically we have time until 2060, and we also have submit enhanced NDC. Enhanced NDC is the updated version of our NDC which we increased to 38.9 and 43.2% emission reduction with the support of international, or if we do it ourselves. So we see utilization of clean coal technology or other activities. So energy efficiency is very important. Last year, our target was 51 million ton reduction, and we are able to achieve 55 million ton CO2 equivalent. So we have 4 million ton bonus only just from energy efficiency action, mitigation action. That's number one. Can we go to the next slide, please? Now, this is the roadmap, the energy transition roadmap, and I have explained to you that we will highly dependent on solar. So this discussion, I think, is very timely. Yeah, we would like to see our readiness. So it's very small. So if you see on the left side, 2022, 2025, the yellow color is still very small, but it will grow significantly and consistently. It will continue to grow, the yellow portion, and we need to prepare ourselves. While the industry department have come out with the local content, but we need to make the investment climate more attractive. We like to invite people to invest, and at the same time, we have to prepare with the local content, but there is also argumentation over local content. And because we are archipelagic country, so there is a huge potential in Kalimantan, like hydro, with the potential capacity 9 to 10 megawatt, and would like to transfer that energy to Java Island, to Sulawesi, those hydro potential in Kalimantan, and Java and Sumatra become the priority to transfer that energy. But we would like to reach until Aceh. That's also very important, because above Aceh, we have a good gas field, Andaman, and we hope the pipe can go to Aceh and can flow, so that our industry, even though it's not yet decarbonization, but we try to promote industry to use gas, which is the cleanest fossil fuel energy. In the long run, we will coordinate with the stakeholders from the supply side and the demand side. So back again to the left graph, the basic issue in here, that from our ministry, from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, what we really want is to create demand. So we open demand, and this is what we hope industry player can take benefit of. So we try to create demand, and the industry can fill the demand. So next slide. So if we talk about the solar energy, big scale solar power plant, rooftop and float. Now the big one is Sambela, and the target is quite huge. So again, we do try to create demand, and hopefully industry can fill the demand. And how much the reduction? If it's full scale, 4.68 gigawatt, it can reach 6.97 million ton CO2 equivalent. And the source of funding can financed by the National Electricity Company, or IPP. And the next one is storage PV, showcased in Bali. Now the potential for floating PV is quite huge, 14.7 gigawatt that exists in Bali, Sumatra, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, and Maluku, Papua, and Nusa Tenggara. Almost 40 million tons of CO2 emission that may reduce. And for rooftop solar panel, it's small but still appealing. And if we talk about emission reduction target, what we have to develop that's related to NDC, we see in terms of proportion, the solar rooftop is the smallest contributor. And the good news is the floating solar PV. So if I'm not mistaken, on November 3rd or end of this October, the Cirata solar floating 1.45 capacity will be inaugurated by our president. So we need showcase, yeah. We need to prove to ourselves that we capable to do large scale project. This is important because we have emission target of 39.2 million CO2 reduction. And this is just the regulations. We will continue to adjust according to the needs. But based on the latest regulation, that solar PV 6.95 minus 11.47 times F. And we also have a regulation for solar rooftop that connected to the power grid. We have ministerial regulation number 2, and this is for the standard for the PV module quality. So we need to establish standard. It is very important, and we have Minister of MEMR regulation number 16, and this is about procedures of carbon pricing. There are 7 elements inside the carbon pricing ministerial regulation. And this is this morning. This is the draft of new renewable energy law, the new renewable energy bill that comprises of 14 chapters from the, and thank God the Parliament already approved this, and I was the head of the working group. And the first, the element of this new and renewable energy bill. The first chapter is about the energy transition and its roadmap. The second is about the source of new renewable energy, and the third one about nuclear. So every country is different, but we hope in Indonesia the baseload can be covered by nuclear. We need the big one and the small one, and the small one is SMR, and the big one will also be possible. Number 4 is about licensing. Number 5 is about research and innovation. The 6th one is about new renewable energy pricing. 7 is about incentive. The 8 about funding. 9 about local content. Number 10 is about distribution authority. 11 is about supervising. Number 12 is about community participation. 13 is about the obligation of the new renewable energy supply. And with regard to the supporting regulation, we have the Ministry of Industry regulation, but basically we will revise this with the development of the trend itself. So we will try to establish the standard, and we will try to continue to improve so that one day later we hope we have a competitive domestic industry that is well developed. And now we have the local content regulation from the industry. So 1 more minute. So this is about the domestic industry, about the quality, the price, and delivery time, and tier 1. There is also condition that we expect in terms of domestic industry. So because we have limited land, so how many module can be used? So from 200, 300, 400 watt peak, and Cirata is now 550 watt peak. The highest one is of course from China. It reached 700 watt peak per module. And next slide. This is just the processes. So one time later, we hope that we can have this kind of industry. While we have silica sand, So one day later, we hope in the downstreaming, we can develop from silica sand, it become a model. We hope one day we can do that. And this is about the from wafer to model. This is the process. I need to inform you that PT Trina Mas Agra Indonesia already have groundbreaking last month in Kendal. So we are in the step to realize the first solar cell manufacturing production in Indonesia with a capacity of 1 gigawatt peak per year with investment value over 100 million US dollar. It is located in Kendal in Central Java. We hope it will commercially operate by the third quarter of 2024. Second, PT Ali Suaracell, their focus is export. So we have two manufacturers of solar cell, and we hope there will be more that based in Sumatra. And these other supporting industry, so we have to build the combiner box. Inverter we're still importing. And again about downstreaming, nickel, copper, bauxite, tin, and gold and silver. So if there is a business opportunity, please downstream all of this commodity. And the last slide. So mark your date. So by the end of this month, by the end of this month until November 2nd, we have a big meeting on renewable energy. World Hydropower Congress in Bali, in Nusa Dua. But this is paid participation. So please, those who have interest to hydro, this is the largest hydropower forum in the world. The chair is IHA, International Hydropower Association. And the chair, if I'm not mistaken, former Prime Minister of Australia. So please participate in this Hydropower Congress. So let's give a round of applause to Mr. Director General. Thank you so much, sir. Now I will just immediately move to Mr. Benny to deliver the presentation, and especially from the perspective of Ministry of Industry, talking about the regulatory framework, the government incentive and support to build the ecosystem, and how you support the green industry in order to greening the supply chain of battery and solar panel manufacturing. Thank you so much, Mr. Andika. So the Honorable Mr. DG, Mr. Yudo, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to extend my gratitude for inviting us from GIZ to participate in this very useful forum to develop the industry in the future. Next slide. So we, from the Ministry of Industry, in developing the industry, from the equity. When electricity can fulfill these three principles, that will serve a very good modality to develop the industry. So it has to touch the energy security aspect, energy equity, and environmental sustainability. So what's important from the industry is to make sure the availability and the affordability of the industry itself. Now, over time, the need for energy industry also affected by the challenges on utilize new renewable energy. And we have government regulation number 79 year 2014 about the national energy policy and about the national energy general plan. So these regulations set the target for new renewable energy. But as we know, and as explained by Mr. DG, there are several targets that need to be improved. These targets need to be more ambitious in order to provide new renewable energy. And Mr. DG has shared this information as well, whereby the government has several strategies to achieve net zero emission by 2060. Now, from the industry side, we see this as an opportunity, how the domestic industry can participate in government plans to achieve neutral carbon by through developing the industry and providing the technology that is needed to replace the steam power plant. Because starting 2030, there's a plan to phase out those coal power plant. And for that, we will need other source of energy to fill or to replace the supply that previously provided by coal power plant. Now, with regard to the profile of the domestic panel module industry, so nationally, there are several industries outside the APAMSI Association that is included in the Ministry of Industry database, with the total capacity at the moment reaching 1,644 megawatt peak. Not to mention, as mentioned by Mr. DG, there is investment from Trinamas. Perhaps in the third quarter next year, there will be addition of 1 gigawatt peak to produce the solar panel. Now, this is about the local content. Out of the 22 countries, the local content is around 40 to 47%. And PT Iden Solar Tech, with their product, they are in the process to obtain the local content certificate by using their own solar cell, and the local content will achieve 55%. And we hope there will be supporting investment for the component of the solar panel, tempered glass, back seat, and other supporting components, so that by having those manufactured domestically, then the local content will increase. Now, with regard to the regulation, this is the basis of the related solar panel regulation, law number 3, year 2014 about industry affairs, government regulation number 29, year 2018 about the industry empowerment. Now, with regard local content, now for solar panel, it is regulated by Ministry of Industry regulation number 4, year 2017 about the procedure, the component level, and there is also Ministry of Industry regulation number 5, year 2017. And the last one is Ministry of Industry regulation number 23, year 2023, which is the second amendment of the Ministry of Industry regulation number 54, where it is re-emphasized that the target of local content, the implementation of 60% local content will be achieved by 2025 by considering the solar panel manufacturer condition, which now building their capacity in Indonesia, and we hope by 2025 it may achieve 60% local content for the solar panel or solar module. Next slide. Now, this is the current condition up until now. So in general, solar cell is available from Batam, from PT Ali Solar. However, it cannot be utilized by domestic industry because they build solar cell manufacturing only for their own usage. And we hope by next year there will be solar cell manufacturer by PT Trinama, and which is the parent company. At the moment, they are planning to build a bigger facility so that in the future the solar cell that they produce or their manufacture can be used that they produce can be used by other manufacturer. And the current condition that the current trend of the requirement is 500 watt peak, but in the international market has reached 700 watt peak. And we have the Indonesian National Standard IEC 61215, and several local domestic manufacturers can achieve that Indonesian National Standard for solar panel, solar module. And this is the challenges in using domestic solar module. The first one, most of the solar module industry has the specification with efficiency of 16%, and the module size is below 450 watt peak. While the current trend, they need efficiency rate of 21% with the size of solar module above 600 watt peak, with the size 166 until 180 millimeter, which now international reaching 200 millimeter. And only Indian Solar Tech that able to produce with efficiency 21% and with the size of the module of 550 watt peak. And to produce the specification that need by the market, it require investment of new engine. Therefore, it require incentive and guarantee to attract investment. And the current ability of the domestic industry can be used by small-scale solar power plant or rooftop solar cell. And for tier 1 category, at the moment, we don't have domestic solar panel producer that can provide tier 1 product. So investment is very possible for solar panel to get tier 1 industry coming from outside Indonesia, or can also involve the solar panel domestic manufacturer as the subcon of the tier 1 manufacturer, and also to promote investment of tier 1 solar panel in Indonesia. And this is what Mr. DG has mentioned, that PT Trinamas Agra Indonesia, they have done groundbreaking. They plan to produce solar module, the latest type of solar panel, ETOPCon, with the capacity of 1 gigawatt per year, with the module size can reach 700 watt peak. So we hope with commercialization of this plant, it will answer or provide the expected specification and the expected of tier 1 industry in Indonesia. And besides Trina Mas Agra, there are several manufacturers that express their willingness to invest in Indonesia. With regard to battery, this is just brief presentation. In Indonesia, there are several battery manufacturers, which will be explained by Mr. Aditya from ABC. And in Indonesia has the ability to process battery raw material, because Indonesia has the ability to that, and therefore will obtain a huge added value compared just by importing the nickel. So by moving to the downstreaming, it can create bigger added value. And at the moment, that become the driver of battery development in Indonesia is EV, or electric vehicle. So the current investor to develop battery are automotive industry, like consortium by Hyundai, Kia, and ABC Battery will also build their production capacity in order to fulfill the need by EV industry. Mr. Benny, your time is up. So this is just the facilities available in Indonesia, a tax holiday facility for the investor. There is also a mini tax holiday facility, and the next incentive is tax allowance, and the last one is super deductible tax. For companies who perform R&D, they eligible to obtain for those who are performing R&D or vocation. So that will be all, and thank you to all of you.
Thank you. That was awesome, Mr. DG, Mr. Benny. In my agenda, we should have had a question and answer, and there will be more materials will be presented by the next speaker. So just a little bit to review. Mr. DG also mentioned about other matters like roadmap and others, including the opportunity for gas and new energy to green the supply chain of the industry. You give explanation also about some incentive scheme and the development of battery and PV industry in Indonesia. I'd like to invite 2 questions from the audience for the next 15 minutes, especially to Mr. DG and Mr. Benny from Ministry of Industry. Number 1, number 2. The gentleman at the back. Go straight forward to your question, please. Please mention your name and from which institution you are. Please, sir. Can someone help to give the microphone, please? Thank you. for the opportunity given to me. My name is Zulfian. Status, retired lecturer from Technical Science of Shah Kuala University in Aceh. Our country is called Nusantara, which means that we are an archipelago. In the planning, we have to see the kinetic and non-kinetic approach. But I see that it tends to be non-kinetic, which is solar panel. Could you please move to the question? My question, why in the planning until 2060, why there is no statement from I would like to ask why, since we are very close to the sea, energy deposit is until 1,000 years. We've never considered this in the plan. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zulfian. The gentleman in the front, please ask your question directly. Thank you. This is question for Mr. Yudo. There are two questions. First question is about terminology. I read in the Indonesian long-term plan why the terminology that is always used is net zero emission, not net carbon neutrality. Because by definition, net zero emission means that we do not provide emission. There are some sectors that cannot be avoided. I mean the emission. I believe the correct terminology should be carbon neutrality. That's number one. Just one. Okay. So no time for that. Just one question. Arslan from Pajajaran University. Arslan. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Zulfian has a question about sea energy. And Arsan about why net ZE, not neutral carbon, or not carbon neutrality. As an archipelago and as a maritime state, we would like to develop energy from the ocean. That's definite. Is that it is from the wave, tidal, or current? Sure, why not? That is number one. Number two, let's give it as a contrast. To my knowledge, in all over the world, globally, the power planning, the power generation from the sea is only 100 megawatt from all over the world. Number three, why it happens? It happens because the technology that we develop still produces high-price energy. It is still a pilot. I've witnessed Orkney Island in Scotland, and the tidal condition is only 5 meters. Yes, there is, but not many. If it is sea current, we have so many channels. But the key is in the turbine efficiency. Given the existing perspective, if there is the new updated technology about how we can absorb energy from the sea, we will a meeting like this with the Netherlands. And we thought at that time to have a pilot, and we are assessing it with the Netherlands to make a pilot project in East Nusa Tenggara about sea current. Please do not misunderstand. Given the current technology, it can only produce 100 megawatt, which is very small. Number two, my experience as initiator, Mr. Aslan. Every country is free. You can quote some professors. Please be my guest. But as a chair, I know the difference of carbon neutrality and net zero. So we use the terminology net zero emission / carbon neutrality. We prefer to use net zero emission because we are lucky, because we have a big forest. So we have a capture. We have photosynthesis. It's different with European countries who doesn't have a lot of forest. We still have forests, sir. Carbon neutral has different concept, but it is quite similar. Only academicians who can find the difference about this. I don't want to debate here, to my knowledge, the world agreement, G20 at least, where I became the chairman, we accept the terminology of net zero emission. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. DG. Mr. Benny, do you wish to add something? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue the session. We go to the next speaker, Ibu Imelda. She is from Pisikalis Tenniser Bundesanstalt from Germany. It is an institution that is very prominent and is concerned in the quality infrastructure. Ibu Imelda is expected to provide information about the importance of the quality infrastructure and the learning of the recommendation about the development of solar industry in Indonesia, especially about the supply chain decarbonization. You have 10 minutes only. Mr. Yudo, honorable distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for GIZ Energy Hub for the opportunity given to. This is about the photovoltaic in Indonesia. Next slide. Next slide. PTB runs its project in Indonesia, strengthening quality infrastructure in Indonesia, and it is the part of cooperation between Indonesia and Germany. We are the institute in Germany that has collaboration with many countries in the world, especially for the national quality infrastructure strengthening. And it has run since 2016 in the first phase, and it continued in 2022. And our partner is Directorate General of New Energy, Renewable Energy, and Energy Conservation. In this slide, let me explain about quality infrastructure in Indonesia. Next slide. Could you please put the screen on? What is quality infrastructure in Indonesia? There are some components, including accreditation, standardization, inspection, testing, and metrology, and certification. All of these elements are a series of activities, and the end object is to support quality of a system or a product. And this applies also for photovoltaics sector. We recognize inspection, testing, and inspection. We commonly know this, but we have accreditation to support so that the testing institute and the inspection institute is competent in doing their job. And there is metrology. Metrology is science of measurement. This is to ensure that the measurement that is done in the laboratory can be reliable and can be traced based on the national standard. And the quality infrastructure of a country relates with the international system for quality infrastructure, like, for example, BSN, which is the institution that has an authorization in developing the standard in Indonesia. So it is a member of ISO NSC, which is the institution that measure the standard in the international level. And the National Accreditation Committee is also a part from the International Accreditation Forum. All quality issue can be found in every supply chain of the photovoltaic, starting from the it reach until the consumption, and it can be implemented in each supply chain of photovoltaic. One of the institutions that play a role is the regulator. Regulator will implement the policy that can direct us to the quality of a product or a system. Next slide. PTB identifies when there is a policy. For example, in the photovoltaic sector, we would let's say we would like to achieve 6.5 gigawatt, and there is a problem, or how to ensure that the component has good quality, how to ensure that the local industry can improve their quality, how to ensure or guarantee the quality assurance in Indonesia, and how to maintain the quality of the grid. So each, starting from the standardization and metrology, can play its important role. To what extent the quality infrastructure, which is established in one country, depends on the scenario of the industrial deepening. If everything is imported, of course, the quality infrastructure can be limited from the service of the market. But if we would like to develop certain component, industry component, so we need to have the quality infrastructure that is more comprehensive, starting from R&D. PTB identifies about what challenges relating to when we would like to boost the component infrastructure, like the pricing that is more competitive, and there is no criteria of sufficient quality that it can produce a substandard quality. Another challenge is about how we ensure the quality of the national product. Let's say there is a market that is protected. We need also the learning phase from the industry. It is an opportunity because the service of quality infrastructure can support the phase. So what we need if we would like to develop a component industry, let's say, starting from the standard, there are some standards that relating to the quality management system, standard that relate to the production, standard that relates to the component, and other standards that relate to the testing, for example, as mentioned earlier about SMI and for PV module. And it's not only the standard, but also there is a certification, the testing, metrology, and accreditation. Everything is a series of the service of quality infrastructure. In Indonesia, how about our quality infrastructure in Indonesia? We have BSN as the national standardization body, and one of the apparatus is the technical standard 2017 that set up the SNI for PV laboratory, calibration, testing laboratory, and we have inspection agency, certification agency, and National Institute of Metrology. Next. These are the institutions in Indonesia that specifically give service of quality infrastructure, especially for industry in manufacture. For standard, we have formulated a standard that we focus on the PV module. There are so many SNI for PV module. For testing, we also have two testing institutions in Indonesia, PRKK BRIN and PT Koalisi Indonesia, to test according to the SNI. And we also have a laboratory for calibration, and we have also series of certification institution for product and management system. Next. For metrology, we have a metrology laboratory that is comprehensive enough, and we have solar simulation classification, which is needed by the manufacturer or by the testing institution to support the measurement of power of PV model. This is the activity to strengthen the quality infrastructure in Indonesia. We have to strengthen it starting from the assessment. So the assessor needs to do the testing in the laboratory to improve the competence of the laboratory. We need to strengthen the competence of the National Metrology Agency. And is that how we support this through dissemination and education to support industry in meeting their standard. 1 minute. Last, even though we have institutions that provide service of infrastructure quality, but we have also others like SNI and also the mixed pollution testing, and we have also technology that continue to develop for PV module. We have also LASCA PV module. This is the challenge in terms of industry level or the testing institution, and the challenge that relates to how this standard can be implemented, how we continue to educate the industry. And another challenge is about how to formulate the SNI and participate in the process of the standard making in the international level. So what is the lesson learned? The lesson learned is that quality infrastructure is needed for the government policy and should run is in line with the development of the market and industry. And it is important to define quality criteria. And for PV system, the most important thing is if PV module is one of the important element. Indonesia has a service to support the quality of PV module. The most important is for the testing. And we also need to support manufacture industry to meet the standard if the policy is to deepening the industry. To strengthen the quality infrastructure, we need a holistic system that relates to all institutions that give the service. Thank you. Give an applause to Ibu Imelda. Thank you. Please continue. Without further ado, I'd like to give the opportunity to Mr. Linus Sijabat, the chairman of Association of Indonesian Manufacturer, to give his presentation about the challenge about to produce the module PV in Indonesia. 10 minutes for you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Andika, Mr. DG, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Linus. I'm the chairman of APAMSI. But Mr. Andika told me, could you please explain what is actually the relation between PV and carbon emission? Let's say there is a sand. Sand then to become a wafer. We have silicon grids. And APAMSI is located underneath. What is our advantage? Let's say we make a PV. What is the challenge in terms of the carbon emission? To generate 1 kilogram, we need approximately 100 kilowatt hour per 1 kilogram. That's for electricity energy. For 1 ton is 600 MWh. For 1 megawatt peak cell, we need 6 tons of sand, approximately. So it's equal with 600 MWh for 1 megawatt peak cell. So per 1 cell, we need 0.6 kilowatt hour. So it means in order for us to get 1 cell, we need 0.6 kilowatt hour electricity. So 1 watt peak to solar cell can generate how much? In Java, it's about 1.2 or 1.3 in Java. In 1 watt peak, we can distribute 1.2 or 1.3 kilowatt hour. For 1 cell is 25 to 30 years, so we need 30 kilowatt hour. So with 0.6 kilowatt hour, we can generate energy for about 30 kilowatt hour. So we use the most dirty energy like the generator set, 30 kilowatt hour that will run for about 25 hours will be very clean. That's the description why we go to solar cell. There are some figures on the right side. EPC cost for solar power plant, we can generate 55 cents, but our selling price electricity is 6.2 cents, the cheapest one. In the world, sometimes efficiency is the price is more than 100 cents, but their selling price can be 3 cents. So there are many prices, many costs that becomes burden. Let's say from the land, grid, and Ministry of Finance was here. In Korea, I was in Korea when they changed to renewable, so the down payment of the project is 75%, 50% at least. 75% can be paid there. So the cost that is not important can be accommodated. So here, down payment is only 15 to 20%. But in contractor, we need a capital in the beginning. So we need to ask the capital from the bank. So that makes us inefficient. Continue. Previous slide. This is the component. On the upper left is the solar panel component. First, there is aluminum, glass, and sheet, and ribbon cable from the tin. Everything are imported. Why we have to import? Let's say a glass. The glass should be low iron, so no reflection. So we need to invest the factory of the glass. We need a minimum skill. If we communicate with Mulia Glass, the needs is for about 303 millions. If we have 300 megawatt per year, it is feasible. String wire, we have tin, but we have to import the tin, and we export in terms of we export the tin, but we import the ribbon because we have no skill. So if we all have the expertise, if we have the captive 300 megawatt, then we can form this. On the right side is the components to calculate our TKDN. Many we still need to import because the skill doesn't exist. Let's say we have so many investment here for thin. The investment is only 1 to 2 billion rupiah, but we don't have the skill. These are some things that we have done. So we are aggressive in solar in 2015. From 140 that was opened by MEMR, only 8 that happens until PV. So the rest doesn't exist. So we need to support this. How it is supportive for PV industry. Continue. These are several activities. I was in the SOE in the past. I tried so hard to make this SOE becomes the initiator. We want the rooftop of the SOE to become solar panel, to become example to follow. And Mr. the Director General of EBTKA, he always goes to the SOE, but there is a kind of bureaucracy. So the synergy of the SOE is difficult. So SOE synergy is only beautiful to be said, but it is so difficult to be implemented. So these are several causes why our solar power plant doesn't operate. The market is unstable. It's uncertain. So I suggest that it should be the burden of the government if we would like to improve our TKDN. We make a recommendation, and I hope that the government can hear this so we have a certainty. At least we can mobilize our solar module. Maybe we can do the upstreaming of our downstreaming of our silica. So we will be able to make all the components for the solar module. But if we mobilize our silica to become from sand to become wafer, then we need for about 2 gigawatt per year. Then it is already feasible to develop the industry. 1 more minute, sir. I think it's finished, if I'm not mistaken. That's all from me. This is my first time. This is my first presentation when I finish early than the time set. Thank you. Thank you for the time. Last but not least, Mr. Yudi Saputra from Indonesian Battery Corporation, who will give explanation about the integrated battery supply chain, about the outlook and the plan to develop ecosystem, and how's the strategy to delete the carbon footprint in the battery. 10 minutes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Andika. Yuda, as Dirjan EBTKA, and also our panelists today who attends the this afternoon session. Number one, let's see the condition of Indonesia currently. So we have an idea how to develop the battery industry in Indonesia. First, Indonesia has a good economic value. And number two, we are blessed by the God Almighty. We have an abundant and raw material and abundant nickel. So our nickel reserve is in Indonesia, and we have also other materials, and we have also that resources. And number three is the market condition in Indonesia for EV, either 2 wheels or 4 wheels. It's very high. It is projected in 2025 for about 8 million vehicles, and this is one of the potential that can be achieved. So we can change it. We can change them to so they will be able to use. So they are willing to use EV. We have a strong commitment towards net zero emission. In 2050, we have a plan for energy mix for about 37%, and PLN, as the electricity company in Indonesia, has a plan to establish a program that replace their electricity power plant that use new energy. So this is a capital that is very important for Indonesia. We can move forward to develop our battery industry at home. And number two is that we go to the demand in Indonesia, how the projection of the demand in the future for the battery needs. We have already done a study in several consultants that in 2035, more or less, the demand for local battery is 59.3 gigawatt hour. So the predominantly will be based from vehicle segment, either 2 or 4 wheels. We see that about 70% of the demand of battery in Indonesia will come from the 2 sectors. So based on those 2 things, the Indonesian government has owned an aspiration. Indonesia has the abundant natural resources, that our projection of battery is very high. So in 2021, in April, the Indonesian government has initiated to develop an IBC. IBC has 4 shareholders from PLN, Antam, Inalum, and Pertamina Power Indonesia, where we have a vision to become a world-class battery factory or company. We will develop the supply chain, value chain, starting from the battery mining until the battery cell and until it's used in the downstream. We try to develop that, and everything is inserted in all the value chain. These are the figures in 2027. We will have a projection to develop battery cell with a capacity 45 gigawatt per year. This is based on our framework agreement with our expert that we will develop all value chain of the battery, starting from the mining until battery processing, until battery cell. And then in 2027, we will have battery factory that has 45 gigawatt hour per year capacity. This is a high complexity, and it requires high potential of human resources, and we need financial is about 15 million US dollars. And we cooperate with 2 partners, which is the Global Battery, which is LG and Siebel. And we see also the challenges. First, from workforce. This is a new instrument in our country. And there are not many human resources in Indonesia that have a competence in whole value chain. And this is what we are trying to develop. And we cooperate with some research institutions, so we will be able to improve our human resources capacity so we can compete to develop the battery industry. Number two, from the experts, they have initiated the use of clean energy in all the production process, in all the value chain. It is triggered from the needs in their market. They do not want carbon footprint in all the value chain of the battery. So our partner wish that all the process do not produce any carbon footprint. So this is the most crucial issue because they want to have the clean electricity supply and a competitive tariff. This is quite challenging. As I mentioned earlier, in order for us to develop all the value chain, it is very complex and it takes long time and it requires the high financial support. And we need a partner for us to develop the battery industry in Indonesia, as well as technology. In terms of technology, we still depend on our partner. Even if we depend on the partner, they still hasn't done perfect knowledge. So this is what we deal with our partner in our agreement. We hope that there will be the knowledge transfer, so the technology owned by the partner can be absorbed by us. How can we overcome the value chain? We will do partnership and collaboration, and we collaborate with the government, with the ministries, in order for them to give support to us, and maybe they can issue some policies that can support the establishment of the battery industry. Indeed, we have an intense discussion. So how we can help IPC to push the battery industry in Indonesia. This is the milestone that we have already done so far. And we have an agreement with our partner. And we have the joint study with our partner. So we will be able to establish several joint ventures in several battery value chain. And in downstream sector, currently, we have done a parallel development. So we just do not wait until the process is done, but simultaneously, we boost everything that happens in the downstream simultaneously. So the market in downstream is already established. This is what IPC is doing. And we do initiative for battery system. And in 2022 and 2022, we did the acquisition. We did some initiations in energy storage system with PLN to help initiation of energy transition in PLN. 30-second more. This is the roadmap that we have established in order for us to help the government aspiration in boosting the net zero emission in 2060. We target, and in 2027, IPC will have an opportunity, so we will be able to assist in reducing the carbon emission for about 29 million barrels per year. So this is what I said earlier. We need support from many parties, from government, from other stakeholders. So the milestone that we launch can be implemented, and it will create a multiplier effect. If it happens all, then there will be many benefits that we can obtain in this country. we will be able to reduce the carbon emission. We can improve the import, and we will have the multiplier effect from the addition of the workforce from the community. So the community in the region will be able to work in the industry. Thank you, Mr. Eddy. Please give an applause to Mr. Yudi.
This is really good. So until the end of the presentation, the spectrum was really broad. We talk about the policy, the new renewable energy policy, also policy from the industrial side. We talk about the quality, the infrastructure quality that was presented by Madam Imelda. And also we talk about the supply chain from the PV and the battery itself, including carbon footprint. So this session is really comprehensive. So we start a bit late, around 30 minutes, and hopefully we still have another 15 minutes for Q&A session. So Mr. Yudo, you still have time? Okay, thank you so much. So for the next 15 minutes, as discussion. Oh, I actually given 20 minutes. So I would like to invite 3 questions. I also would like to invite, if there is any foreign colleague would like to ask something, please don't be hesitate. So again, to all participants, okay, we have one over there. Anyone else, please? On the left wing, nothing. Okay, let's start with one first. Go ahead, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Yogi from Investment Advisory. My question directed to Mr. Linus. Thank you so much for the presentation delivered by Pak Linus and Pak Yudo as well. If we not, it's first of all, it's quite difficult to get information about this matter. Well, back again, you said if we have the 2 gigawatt requirement, we can develop silica industry. So is there any rule of thumb for developing solar PV? 10 years ago, the rule of thumb for building power plant is $1 million per gigawatt. But now, 9 gigawatt, $18 million. So $2 million per gigawatt. Now, how about the solar panel? So we understand when we, let's say, talk to industry or users, they understand how much investment needed to build a solar panel. So go ahead, Mr. Linus. Well, thank you so much. It was a very good question. It's really directed to the finance aspect. Now, with regard to silicon crystalline, there are 5, as in the presentation there are 5. Now, APAMC focus on the 5th, the cheapest one, but in total, the most expensive is the industry to build solar cell. So from wafer to cell, that is the most expensive stage, and that is around. I will make it in Indonesian rupiah. So per gigawatt around 1 trillion rupiah. So 2 gigawatt, 2 trillion rupiah. So totally, if we want to, from silica sand up until module for 2 gigawatt capacity, it require around 5 to 6 trillion rupiah, yeah, in Indonesian rupiah. So in US dollar, I think around 300 million US dollar. It's actually not so big. Actually, last week I met the Supreme Audit Agency. I told them, you are really good in correcting. Why don't you correct the biggest project, obtain 5 to 6 trillion rupiah? We can build industry from sand up until solar cell, solar module. So the biggest one is from wafer to cell. That is the most expensive process. That around 30%. So we see 5 industry. The cheapest one is to create the module. So from cell, make it module is the cheapest one. It's less than 10%, and the rest is what I told you: silica sand to silica grade to ingot, and so on and so forth. So if you need the detailed information, I can give you. Just we can exchange contact afterwards. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Linus, Mr. Yudi. Now I would like to invite. Well, we have Mr. DG here. You know, in the afternoon we have Mr. Director General. It's very rare occasion, so we have to optimize, the time, his time. So please, if we have any questions. Who was it? Do we have anyone else? If not, then okay. So go ahead. Okay. Actually, to follow up, because no one actually would like to ask questions or what to take benefit of the time. So the investment mostly for geothermal, but based on the data, the biggest potential is actually from solar panel, from solar potential. And it was mentioned the potential is so huge. And the one is in Cerrata, the one that about to be inaugurated. Now in Ministry of Finance, most of the finance goes to geothermal project, while in solar panel, what I know, in Cerrata, the financing scheme was blended, uh, financed by the National Electricity Company and foreign investment from Abu Dhabi. So can you please clarify, is it like that? Because the date, or maybe the data was missed from Ministry of Finance. Maybe Mr. DG can explain. Thank you so much. But basically, if we talk about project, we talk about risk. Yeah, geothermal has huge risk. First, the location is in the mountain. If it's a rooftop, the location is only our rooftop. So we know the strength of our ceiling and everything. But geothermal, the location is in the mountain. And some located in the conservation area. We need special permit to enter. We need to apply land swap mechanism. Number three, this is about technology. The technology, so if we drill 10, 7 failed, empty holes, 3 successful. And we have to check the enthalpy. Is it hot or warm? So that illustrates, so the term is enthalpy to see, Now, because of its huge risk, while we have potential, because in Indonesia, we have ring of fire, different with other countries. Many other countries don't have that potential. We do have. That is why we'll also focus on geothermal. But the consequences, we have to mitigate the risk. If we study from the world, the biggest risk is exploration risk. When we try to explore the geothermal, it has the highest risk. There are many countries have their own program, including us. We call it government drilling programs. That the colleague from Ministry of Finance actually talking about that to mitigate the risk, and one of them by applying government drilling programs. So the government who do the drilling, when it is according to the investor standard, and then they will talk to the bank to get the money, close the financial, and then hand over to the private sector. So that's just one model, one example. For solar, the risk is small. How small the risk is? Let's say you want to buy a park lamp using solar cell. You just stick on the ground. You open your laptop, you open your mobile phone, you go to a marketplace, you go to Tokopedia. It's as easy as that, installing solar panel. What is the risk? Maybe, well, it's very different. And that is unique only to Indonesia because we have geothermal potential. Now the potential is 23 gigawatt. At the moment, we only have 2.3 gigawatts, so we only utilize 10% of the existing potential. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Director General. Do we have any more question? If not, then the moderator will ask question. Very short, Mr. DG and Mr. Benny. What is your view about greening the supply chain? Greening the supply chain. My apologies. I have question actually. Where are you? Oh, okay. Go ahead. My question. What's your name? My name is Baldas from University of Muhammadiyah Jakarta. So, in your opinion, sir, what become the challenge in our country to manage uranium and plutonium to process that into a low carbon energy, cheap and safe to be utilized? Because according to the theme for future energy, Indonesia has the potential independently to utilize nuclear as energy. Thank you, sir. Mr. DG. Well, go ahead, Mr. DG. This is actually outside the context because we are talking about PV and battery. This is out of the topic, yeah. Out of topic, yeah. However, one thing for clear, to build the power plant, it's going to be very expensive. Now we have SMR, small modular reactor, but it's still expensive. And from silica sand until module, we have to process. Now process uranium, process plutonium. It's not easy. To get the technology itself is difficult. The technology itself is difficult to get. That Kendal project, Trina, number 2 biggest in the world, second largest in the world, Trina. And then team up with Trina. They invite to come to Indonesia. They got access the highest. They will develop 700 watt peak per model. That is the largest Trina can manufacture. The high specification of technology that they have, they bring it to Indonesia. They invest in Indonesia with Sinarmas and Agra. And this is what we are looking for, sir. If we talk about energy transition, at least two things, technology and finance. These two is always inside our head. And the same goes for this one. For solar, the same. That is easy. Like solar powered park lamp is easy, but the large scale is big. So how can we get the big watt model? Because of the land, the more efficient, the more productive technology is the best. It only consumes a small land. Previously, 1 megawatt is 1 hectare. With the latest technology, 1 megawatt is only 0.7 hectare required land. So when you install rooftop solar panel, below it you cannot grow grass. Chili, it will not grow. Plant cannot grow. So there is an issue of opportunity cost of the land that will become a crucial issue. But that will be next. Okay. It seems that we don't have any more time for Q&A. So let's give a round of applause to all of us. Thank you to all participants that's still in this event, even though we are late for 20 minutes. But thank God we can be together up until now. So, ladies and gentlemen, well, there is only like 3 minutes, but not enough. So, at the end, only time that limit us to continue. So, you have witnessed and followed the presentation and explanation from Mr. DG, from Mr. Benny from the Ministry of Industry, Madam Imelda, Mr. Linus, and Mr. Yudi about all different topics that related to supply chain of PV and battery industry. We understand that Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources from DG of New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation fully support to green the supply chain as mentioned by Mr. DG. The utilization of renewable energy is a priority, and fossil fuel that relatively clean like gas also become a priority to green the supply chain. Mr. Bennett talked about various policies related to industrial affairs to support PV and battery supply chain, and also supported by Madam Imelda about quality infrastructure. And there are several labs to perform PV module tests that have international standard, and one of them located in BRIN, the National Research and Innovation Agency, and the second one is Qualis. So for those PV manufacturer, you can go to those labs. But Madam Imelda also remind you, infrastructure quality infrastructure is not only about testing, but there is also standardization, inspection, metrology, and certification. So it become a quality infrastructure ecosystem. Mr. Linus have shared to us about how PV can promise us a greener energy, and PV can also be manufactured in a green way. And about battery industry, that in the upstream, the exploration or the nickel mining is very dense with CO2 emission, but slowly there will be attempt to green the battery supply chain. So I think that, some summary that I can attempt to do. I think the team will try to summarize in more complete way. But once again, let's give a round of applause to Mr. DG, to Mr. Benny, to Madam Imelda, Mr. Linus, and Mr. Yudi. Let's thank them for their for them being here and for their explanation. So I'm going to close this panel, and I would like to apologize any wrongdoing and any wrong words that I say. And at the end, durian fruit, selassie seeds. Thank you so much, and that will be all, and greetings to all of us. So I'm going to give the opportunity back to Ms. MC. So let's again give another round of applause to Mr. Andika, Mr. Director General, Mr. Yudo, and also Mr. Benny Adi Purwanto, Madam Imelda, Mr. Yudi, and Mr. Linus from APAMSI. Mr. Linus from APAMSI, me is AKAMSI. Anyway, so thank you so much. You may return to your seats. So again, let's give another round of applause to all of them. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, please stay. Don't go home yet. So the discussion is still happening on stage. But we have to appreciate the team who have supported us, allowing us to be here. So our friends, the organizing committee, the interpreters inside the booth and next to the room, thank you so much for the hard work. And again, ladies and gentlemen, after this, we will have a networking session. So please don't go home yet. Let's proceed to Ballroom C. There will be case introduction by Denny Gumilang, Project Manager GIZ Indonesia, explain about case project. So again, after this, let's move to Ballroom C for the networking session that is presented by Clean, Affordable, and Secure Energy for Southeast Asia region. So for those who have registered yourself, you may continue to Ballroom C. And for all the participants, before returning home, please visit the exhibition area, German Indonesia Pavilion. So with that, conclude the first day of Indonesia Sustainable Energy Week 2023. So don't forget that this event will continue until Friday. So me, Melissa Karim, thank you so much for your participation and your time. Until we meet again in the next GIZ event, thank you and enjoy the rest of your day.